Testing. Oh, there we go. I think I fixed it. Aha. Good morning. Sorry about that. Yeah, for whatever reason, OBS like seemed to just lose a bunch of settings. Um, there wasn't an update. I didn't like import a different profile or anything like that. Looks like we have audio again though. All right, so we're working again. Awesome. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. It is Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. We're doing art today. I don't know if it'll be a super duper long one at all. I think I might try and just like get on it and get as much done as I can in one sitting and like take lunch at like 2 or whatnot. And we'll see how it goes. I can't go like super late today, but I think I'm just gonna honestly just dive right in because I kind of know where I want to go with it. And yeah, as you might have seen when I jumped scenes to test something, we are working on a base. And you might have an idea of the direction that this base might be going in. So as you can see, I have some earlier bases that you may be rather familiar with. Obviously, a newer one that is likely still out of reach for many people. But yeah, we're going to work on the next base in this lineup for a future area. So I already know kind of like materials and such involved in it. So I'm just going to get going on it, I think, because it's going to be a tough one to render. And I need as much time on it as I can get. And I have quite a few other big projects, big pieces that I'm working on, but I don't want to do those on stream. So we'll just get right into it. I did start a time lapse, so hopefully, if I recall by the end of the stream, when I'm wrapping up, we'll be able to watch the process come together. But yeah, so we are looking at doing the next in line here, and Obsidian's a good guess, but I am actually going to go for a opal look to it. So see how that goes. Well, not certain it's going to be, perfect opal by any rights, but we'll see what we can do. So I have a couple of opal images as reference up on my other monitor. And I will just kind of look through those, see if any are particularly inspiring. But I think I'll just kind of like start really big broad strokes and hope that something starts to kind of work, and then I'll kind of refine it as I go. So I think a lot of the opal that I'm looking at, and I'll just use a clipping mask layer onto this one so that I just keep all that shape. But a lot of them will start kind of gray and cloudy with like flecks of really vibrant color popping out of them. But I feel like if it starts as kind of like this gray, kind of smoky look, it's not as kind of dramatic and exciting as I think it could be. So I think I'll start with like a darker base color. And I have seen a few opals that have more of a deep kind of color to them. And that also just makes those like flecks of color just like pop all the more. Um, is today the day of refracted, refractor? Okay, sorry. Refracted, refracting, refractor base. And we could refactor it to be that, I suppose. So yeah, that might be its final form, is refactoring the refracted, refracting, refractor base. That might be the case. Uh, so yeah, I think I'll start with like a dark opal. And so some of these got like kind of like deep purples and blues and even like reds and stuff. But a lot of them, it's kind of like more on the purple, um, even black kind of side. Uh, and yeah, I mean, like as far as I understand, I haven't really looked into kind of like the science of it, but it's very much just kind of like I guess the crystals that grow, um, kind of like refracting very specific wavelengths, uh, or like there's sheets of it that like um, only certain wavelengths will kind of like react and bounce off of, and that's why you get like discrete shapes of very vibrant colors. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to actually like look into the science, but that's what I'm thinking right now, anyways. Okay, so we already have blue, and red. So, like I think if we do go kind of like a really deep, deep purple as a base, that might be all right. And I'll just use kind of textured brush to kind of get that built up. And maybe I will get like a little smoky, um, in parts of it because I feel like that maybe helps it feel opal, um, but maybe not. We'll see. I'm not as familiar with opal. Well, not that I'm very familiar with many gemstones. I don't tend to have much opportunity to interact and handle them. But another thing is, what the like surface kind of like frame will be. What's interesting is the silver or the sapphire I ended up kind of going for the silver, but I actually want to go back to gold for this one just because I think that gold and opal will look really lovely together. So there just might be one that has just mostly silver with some gold accent, which might be a little weird, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so let's see. An orange fiery base for a draconic area. Ooh. I might try and push, yeah, like the reds and oranges and stuff in as these flecks, just to kind of like give it that firish element. I think that could look really cool. So let's just see what we can do. If I do new clipping mask and maybe I grab like, let's say the triangles brush, and let's get like a really vibrant red. And let's use large particles as well. The biggest. Those are too big. So basically what I'm thinking is kind of maybe using something like this. Like let's zoom out and just kind of like really do big broad strokes just to see if we can kind of like give it an opal feel. Okay, so I might actually do different layers. Let's see, we could use like an icy blue as well, I think. Maybe not directly on top of the flame. Get a little purple in there, do another layer. Okay, so this is like really just finger painted vibe going here. Let's use a small particle, bigger than that. That's maybe a good size. Let's see. So there's probably a little bit more pattern or like shape or design that we'll want to get out of this, instead of it being too just kind of like blacklight bowling, neon spray randomly on the walls pattern. I don't know. We could maybe look at getting like some stone texture in the edges. I think, okay, so one of the things will be like putting that metal frame on it will change how we're viewing it. If we want to do any kind of like fancy carving and stuff into it. So like all of them have a little bit of kind of like cut in it, right? Like there's these kind of faces that are cut in the design. So this I think should also have something fancy like that. If you guys considered adding the save weapons and bases setup option, I assume it says the heart is covering that. Yeah, setup option for the School of Sorcery. I think it was kind of like discussed, but because of how it works, like it didn't seem like we wanted it necessarily. A fusion of kaleidoscope colors for the base, yes. I mean, in general, I like the idea of kind of having more of a like quick save, quick load kind of setup for the whole trap system. And I think that maybe is something that's being kind of like looked at more so for 4.0. Just because it's actually like a little bit complicated to kind of like do that whole rigmarole for each area currently with 3.0. And the way that like the exam works and stuff, I think that there's uh, and as well, like in any kind of School of Sorcery run, there's kind of moments where you might want to shift your setup instead of just having like, oh, when I enter a Shadow exam or I enter an Arcane exam, like these are the setups I wanted to always use. Like, there's definitely like different setups that you would want to use, kind of like maybe to start and do like a number of hunts and then switch to. So yeah, using like favorites and stuff can be handy for that. But yeah, like I get like how people would want that for a lot of areas really. So I think that's just kind of like more of a kind of like general 4.0 feature perhaps that we're going to try and maybe consider more of. So yeah, that's all I'll say because I'm not really sure where we stand on all that exactly, but I personally think it's neat to have those options. But yeah, it definitely is a lot more work. So another thing I could do is if I use these selections, it might be an idea actually to like take entire selections of these and like let's say I copy those and kind of contort it. Maybe that's extreme, but we'll just try to. And if I turn off the other ones, and maybe line it up so there's a bit of different coloring going on. And then I use the selection here. Not moving the selection, moving the colors inside. So what I'm thinking is maybe if I like kind of shift these to have a little bit of perspective to them, it'll help kind of make it more of this 3D object. So then let's see, turn all these on. And I can do that. Nice. All right, well, at any rate, I'll actually not do that. I'll grab this area here, let's say. Copy that all. Never mind. All right, let me redo this a bit. I'm going to actually just flatten this all. Let's grab that selection, copy, and let's just like really squish this down, pushing it to be like really flattened out. And then grab that selection here. So now if I turn, wait, where did this one go? Oh, I see. I see what I did there. There we go. If I turn that back on, yeah, maybe that's a little too extreme a squish. Yeah, I like there being a little bit of a direction to it. I think that helps with it feeling more opal. So let's see, maybe I can squish this one a bit more. I wonder if I should kind of smudge some edges or leave it all very crisp. Depending on what opal I'm looking at, there's like any range of kind of like edges. Some are like very hard edged and others are kind of smeary. Like naturally it looks like they kind of smudge and smear, and then I guess if there's like nice clean kind of facets and such, that might get like those harder edges. So I think in that case I will do a little bit of lost and found edges. Alright, so then this one, if I do, actually I'll just duplicate this. And we'll grab this selection now. Apply it here. And just flatten this. Okay, so far not like super loving it yet, but to start like really seeing what kind of contorting shapes might be interesting for this. it like really smeared could be good. That's kind of interesting. Ooh, I kind of like that. Feels more like there's at least some kind of like object carved out of this refracting material. Okay, so that I think has something there. There's like a nice kind of range of like, okay, so there's like warm reflections over here and cool reflections over here. Kind of like that. And I think that I'll also kind of just take an opportunity to just even like knock it down even more. In some areas. Maybe I should use selections to do that as well. Okay, let's try that here. I feel like I'll probably like really bring back a lot of the color pop too. I just kind of want to knock some of this back a bit. Maybe that's too far. Go with that for now. I did also mention I might like, yeah, use some smudging. So let's do a bit of that. Go around and lose some of these edges. Like have the colors smearing into each other a bit too. So like get these greens and purples mixing a bit. Using a smudge brush that I love. It's very good smudge brush from a painting teacher I had ages ago, Sam Nielsen. Okay. It's also like a very crunchy edge because of how I like transformed these shapes. Um, so it might be nice to just kind of like hide some of those pixels. Hopefully this is looking opal-y. Yeah, I think I might like get some colors kind of coming through the core of it a bit more. Like I feel like some orange and purple could still kind of come through a bit more. It'll also be good to figure out the kind of the carved nature of this. Like what different kind of facets does this base have? Like maybe there is more color in the core of it, or maybe there's more color at the outer edges of it. Doesn't really seem to be like a like, oh, this is what all opal kind of looks like. It's like a really wide range of potential in them, it seems. I don't know. Maybe like the smearing of the colors isn't a good idea. This one I'm looking at is very, like, it almost looks like brush strokes. Um, so it's not so much that it's like this blurred edge. It's more like there's just kind of like a dithering that almost seems to be happening where there's like thin streaks of those colors. And it makes it look blended because of that. But it's almost like frost kind of growing and overlapping. I have a frost brush. What do you look like? That's interesting. It's just the triangles, but actually that's not bad. If I do more color deviation, maybe. Let's see. Color jitter. Let's get like a really large range. And if I like softly brush this back and forth, and maybe that's why a lot of opal kind of has this gray going on. It's maybe because it all gets muddy with all these colors kind of like mixing together, trying to get to white effectively, where all the wavelengths are combined. But like lovely, vibrant opal is like more kind of like specific wavelengths are cut off, so you only get like specific colors back. But like very kind of like, you know, uh, gray opals or whatever, like it's kind of like a whole bunch of like crystal opal, whatever. Um, it's a lot of the light bouncing out instead of it like absorbing a lot of it. So that's perhaps why it kind of goes gray. Oh, yeah. No, I got it. I know. Thank you. Um, I have a reference of it up. Thank you for the input, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, mashed up color broken glass is mixed together. Yeah. But yeah, this is definitely not the just experimenting with kind of like the brush potential of this. But the frosted kind of vibe, the texture of it is maybe what we need. But like if I take this and I pinch that down so that the texture is kind of more in line with the surface, right? Maybe if I rotate that and stretch it like so, that might be all right. It's kind of interesting. Um, Again, I think I want to like figure out like, okay, what is the frame and what are the carvings on it, because I think that'll help kind of like make this look more interesting than just kind of like this muddy pile. And also, what I might do is create like a couple of different layers or folders. So if I do a folder here that contains this and this together, and then it uses this masking layer, and we can do... These don't need to be masked anymore. So this is the top one. Not that we're going to see these. So this will become the side. And this one's like an overall. Boom. Okay. So let's try this. Just so that I can build up layers and not have to kind of mask it over and over again. Okay, knock that down more. Actually, I don't even know if I want that anymore. This might be useful for doing that carve out. So if, for example, I wanted there to be like a circle carved out, like I could use that shadow to kind of like help figure that out, just as an idea. But for now, I'll turn that off actually. I think I might try shifting the colors of this a bit. Like, I don't know if I like that kind of like pukey green blue so much. I could try a clipping layer on top of this and use like color and not use that brush. But get more like this like pink and purple. Actually, even I mentioned wanting to get like some yellow in here. Okay, not that. Might need to do a layer on top of that. But like what I think I'll need to do is even just come in and create just specific accents in places. Like that kind of an idea. And just push and pull and try and like create this texture and just balance. But I also think that I would want to like get more. Take what is already there and then just like accent it a little bit at times. Stuff like that could help with it. I would even want to maybe like push some of the dark areas that I think are maybe interesting and just draw that out a bit more. So that's probably a way we can kind of like look at building up some opal texture. It's an interesting material. I don't know if I fully understand it, so it might be a hard one to capture. Okay, so I feel like we'll be able to get there with enough kind of just smushing stuff around and experimenting. So we'll also want like on the top layer just like a reflection to kind of like help express like, okay, so this is like a polished hard surface kind of thing, you know. It's like a cleanly cut just very smooth top to this. It's hard. It reflects light on its own just based off of like the angle of incidence on it. stuff like that. Um, it'll help it kind of like feel more just kind of dense and solid. Like if I get maybe like this dark purple here, maybe go like really rich and just kind of like deepen around the outer edges maybe to just make it feel like there's this depth going into it a bit more. Um, like like what we're seeing is the reflection inside of the material. That kind of helps with that. And then we can kind of like get little motes of color pop as there's just these interesting kind of flecks that catch the light just absolutely perfectly or something like that. And like, should these be the same kind of flattened out angle? Probably. Yeah, I think like really kind of like harsh pops of color will be a good thing for it to read as opal. Okay. So there's something a little bit interesting here. I'm not sold on it yet, but I think we're gonna be fine. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I haven't been paying much attention to the chat. Sorry about that. Purple is very prestige basey. Yeah, we don't want. I don't want it to be like looking super similar to that. I want it to still feel like the kind of like gemstone series. So try and keep it in that territory. If it's too purple and cobbly looking, then yeah, I definitely agree. It's gonna look too much like the prestige base. So yeah, like getting just more other colors to pop will be good. Okay. Should the color slash materials of the base be linked to the specific material drop in the draconic depths, i.e., or example, sapphire for the school of sorcery? Yeah, I mean, like, I think that makes sense to kind of relate it if we can to kind of like the resources you're working with. Like, same with the very first of the series, and well, I mean, they all have. You have the why can't I think of the name of it? But the first refractor base using the gems from the floating islands. We got the rubies from the beans, sapphires now. So yeah, opal might be a thing, guys. Didn't hear it from me, unless you've heard it from Dave or something. All right. Let's see. Refracted refracting jade that is used for the refracted refractoring refractor base. Okay. Opal is described as a mineraloid that is a mishmash of gel made from water and silica. Ah, interesting. Can come in any color too, but silica and water generally being clear, get some kind of substrate the silica slash water spheres attached to. Interesting. Yeah, actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I believe I watched someone making opal, and either it was opal or something else, but I think that what they did was they created like micro beads out of a solution in water. And depending on the actual size of the beads. Now that I'm kind of remembering, I think it was Nighthawk and Light. I think the YouTuber's name was. Depending on like the nanometer size of these perfect spheres that were created from the solution that then would dry in thin layers, he was able to like hit different wavelengths. So I think it's basically they're little tiny beads, at least the homemade kind, um, that when the light goes into the little bead, it can kind of like bounce out a specific way or refract and bounce back. Hence, kind of like depending on what angle, like that's one of the cool things about opal. If you've looked at it in person, is like depending on where you're looking, it goes kind of crazy. Um, so it's all about kind of like the angle of light and what's being reflected at what exact angles, and like probably compounding on itself to kind of like the peaks and troughs of these wavelengths to kind of hit those crazy colors. So yeah, like a really muddied one would be mostly just kind of like pasty white because there's just a lot of wavelengths bouncing all over the place. But like a real like it's like with gem cutting, you like very specifically cut angles so that the light reflects and bounces around in really specific ways that creates these beautiful kind of kaleidoscopic looking refractions. And so yeah, I imagine opal there can certainly be like really specifically kind of like amazing perfect reflections that get cool awesome deep colors and darker bases and stuff like that. I don't know. But yeah, little tiny silica beads, I guess. All right. This isn't really a Jacob topic, but this is isn't this quite fast to have another new base right after the beanstalk in school? Is there some high level design goal with these that I can talk about? I suppose if other devs haven't really talked about it, I don't want to get into it because they know more about it than I do. But it is like a series of upgrades that you're kind of working through, right? Like so, it's a lot of work. They are getting more kind of challenging to obtain. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'll let you ask that of Dave. I think I would prefer he would give more specific answers around that, just because I don't want to misspeak and lead you astray or something like that. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely intention and design around it, and we've definitely thought pretty hard about what we want to kind of do with these and their purposes and all that. So, but yeah, that's a good Dave question for sure. Uh, More orange, more fire. I agree. I think more orange, more fire. We're dealing with dragons and they do love their fire. So let's get more of that. More all the colors really. I think we can kind of like pop some like yellows a little more. We can get like greens really kind of kicking it up. Um, let's see. Yeah. So Dallas says, I think they're trying to ramp up to something that can replace a high level prestige base. The pace and cost seem pretty high though. Uh, well, I mean, if you think about like how much kind of like dedicated effort a high level prestige base is, I think it's kind of using uh, an idea of that, and one is like here is like a game path that is written for you, that like it's kind of like spread out over many areas where it's kind of like okay you do it a step at a time, whereas the other is like grind for months and like plan and do it perfect during a specific event to get like super duper high, which isn't everybody's cup of tea. So I think it's kind of like different sides of the same coin, and we're looking at different options for players to kind of achieve those goals. Like um, uh, make it so that if you're kind of playing the main path, you could go one route or another and have a strong footing. Um, but eventually we always want to kind of like have something replace something. Like one piece of gear shouldn't stay as the best in slot for absolutely ever, because then it's like when you have that, it's awesome and that's great, but like, eventually we want you to like find new goals to move on from that, and like, so um, I think that the this series of bases is kind of like our way of tackling that in a kind of like respectful, slow pace enough manner that hopefully it doesn't feel like we undermine all that hard work, because you spent a long time and a lot of effort to build up a really powerful prestige base. So we don't want it to just be like, and now there's a new base that just overshadows it. Boom, easy done. Um, you know, so we want it to be an effort. Because like here's another thing about bases that like maybe people don't always appreciate is like when you have a really good base, you don't need to like get a different one for every power type. Whereas when you go to a new area and it's a different power type, you need like a different trap every time. Um, so like a good base can have a lot of leg and you know take you very far. So it's a powerful piece of equipment, and in some cases could be a higher value and be more potent than a new trap, right? So if people are starting to feel like, oh, maybe these are like getting real pricey for a base, maybe it's because like of what a base can actually be in the long term. But yeah, I don't know. Again, this is more of a like get into the weeds with it with Dave as opposed to me. I don't want to kind of like talk out my butt and give you guys the wrong ideas about stuff and just kind of mislead. I don't think that'd be helpful for anybody. So hopefully I didn't do that. Okay, so generally people try to tend to like macro beads, not micro beads. Oh. Um, let's see. Color theme in the space have reference to material drop. Yep. Opals seem to be ovaloid in shape. Would I consider rounding the edge of the base, or am I going to stick with the cut look? So there's actually a really good reason why I have to stick with the cut look. And that's because a lot of traps have kind of like a texture overlay that will go on top of the base itself, and like a background smoky kind of overlay. And if the silhouette of the base itself isn't going to fit that exactly, it looks really weird. There's these gaps that can form, and either I could like round the edges by kind of like having it. I have to do it on a layer above. Up here is fine. I'd have to like go on the outside of it and do that, which I think is okay to do. Um, I can do that. I can kind of like make it look more rounded by just kind of swelling it out. But there is actually still a lot of traps that it would kind of not work very well with. Um, just because there's traps that will like overlap, and if I have to like push this out a few pixels to like help it look round, it'll kind of make those step through it in a weird way. Uh, so I don't think that's a very easy option. I would prefer we end up keeping these cut clean edges so that it's going to work with all of the traps. But what we could do is look at these kinds of frames and use that to kind of like create more of this oval language that go with opals. So that's probably the direction I would use. We could like take these corners and cap them, and only kind of like reveal the opal in these kinds of angular ways. So let me just toss these other layers on. So like, let's say we just use, yeah, let's just do a new one. So actually, well, maybe I'll just grab this and work off of it. What do we have in here? Have that sketch. Okay, I see. All right, so let's try just filling in. I mean, I do like this corner specifically because we see all those different kind of facet angles coming together, and that's kind of fun. But we could just play with this idea real quick. Because again, I do the stream because I want you all to have input on it. I like when you actually like change the design that it would have been. You know, maybe there's an idea going in that I have. Then I'm like, okay, well, it's probably gonna end up doing this or looking like this. But then someone suggests something that makes me think, and we just end up completely going in a different direction than the original idea might have started as. But yeah, we could like kind of use the frame to kind of like create this oval idea, right? I think that's kind of a cool way to give that idea. And like even these edges, like we could cover over it. So you don't even know what the shape is of the rock underneath kind of idea. That might be a thing. Although I really do actually like having edges on these bases. So I don't know if I would kind of like get rid of that, but it's an idea. I always thought it was odd you couldn't paint base faces straight on and have the software show live preview of it projected into orthographic view. I mean, I could technically set up some smart files to actually work in that manner for the most part. Like I know how I could potentially do that. It's an interesting idea. Like if I created let's actually just really quickly explore this idea. I'm not even sure if this is exactly what you were trying to state, but what is this layer? Aha. Goodbye. Okay. So if I, let's say, grab this and turn it into a file object, convert layer to file object, and base top. So I turn this into a smart file. And then I open file object, whatever. And then I just kind of like do some kind of, you know, like, oh, here's like, actually, hang on. Let's try using a symmetrical ruler on this. Here I am like, let's just mess around. But I'm like, wait, maybe there is something here that would be really handy. I think this would actually be really handy for doing the layout of the metalwork here, because I can kind of just easily get it into perspective. But let's say that this is like where the cheese goes, And we have a Charlie that pops up here, says hello. Maybe there's like dragon wings motif. Why not? I don't know. Not very dragon wings motif. Let's try that again. Sure. That's maybe a little more dragon wings motif. At any rate, we'll say that that's kind of the like the start of this. And then let's save that and go back into here, and we'll actually take this, move it down. Let me hide that first. All right. Move that, and we'll grab this corner, shove it here. This corner, shove it here. This corner, shove it here. And actually, I'm like, the more I do this, I'm like, well, I should just set up the base file to do this now, because this is not a bad idea. At least for doing the sketching of the top of this, because this one's gonna perhaps need a little bit of figuring out the layout. Okay, so here we go. We have a smart file set up here, and that's in like the perspective I want. And now I can just kind of jump over to this and like change it. So I'll just like turn off that background, and now I can come back here and see like, okay, cool, it's like overlaying where I need it to, and I can kind of see, but it's hard to see. So let's actually like change this to white. But yeah, like it's not hard to kind of like set up a system that can do that. It's not something that we tend to necessarily think to do, but it's not a bad idea. So I think I might actually use that today. But yeah, as you can see, like here, it's like, okay, well, if I wanted to kind of like get these metal bands actually in the like more appropriate perspective, I can use this to help with that. And I would probably maybe do a higher res version of that file. And I mean, maybe I should do one for each of the different sides too. And just like be a little more engineering minded about it. So I guess one of the things that it doesn't account for is when I like do the crystal gemstone kind of deep texture and color and like refracting and stuff, because I'm doing that based off the angle we're looking at it. So if I have these facets cut into it here, right, like painting that top down, not going to work so good. But for doing layout and like getting these kinds of patterns good, it's pretty much the same setup where I drew the tops of these just like flat, and then I like contorted them to be in the perspective and just, you know, rendered that. I just now have set up a smart file that can do that for me instead, so I don't lose that every time, and I can modify it. But yeah, it's an interesting idea, and I will probably be using that for other things in the future. Now that I'm kind of like, oh, that's actually quite clever and very easy to do, so I should do that. It's like I knew I could do it, I just don't think to do it, I guess. Yeah. I'm still in the first stage of the Adorn Imperium Refractor base, and Jacob here is designing stage 4 of the base. Yeah, I mean, um, it's not a race. Uh, I have traps and things that I need to go back and get right now, even because I'm like, I should probably do that. Um, but that is kind of like the nature of MouseHunt. It's we want there to be enough content for basically everybody to have something to be able to kind of play around with. Um, and because some people are, pretty good at getting stuff done, um, they'll always be done everything ahead of everybody else. And that's just kind of like how some people play, and that's cool. Um, but we don't want them always just kind of like waiting around forever. And like the School of Sorcery and the Draconic area, like these were designed for the purpose of being kind of like smaller packets of kind of like release that are kind of like more kind of focused on here's kind of like the setup of goals, a simpler structure of how to kind of play through and get it, and it's not overly complicated. Like the floating islands was huge, and like meaty content, and I think the future area after dragons might be more of one of those meaty ones, but um, I think that like these the flow of these is very much kind of like um, it's it's something to work on long term, and like you might end up kind of like not necessarily fully completing them and jumping ahead, but then you might kind of realize, okay, well now I need to like go back, but like maybe there might be an event that happens that helps you kind of like fill in some of that stuff. It's MouseHunt. It's kind of like just focus on one thing and just do that. Like don't worry about kind of all the other things that you could be doing, and they'll be there. They'll be there for you. It's not a race. Like I was doing the M1000 group map recently, and we were down to just the M400 mouse, and like I had to kind of like chase that around. I was having such bad luck of like actually like getting all those simple mice like on the research assignment, to just fill in, and so it's just kind of like days of waiting on me to just kind of like bag that. But yeah, it's a game of patience. You will get there eventually. Is the reality of it if you just kind of set your goal and just kind of like be consistent, persistent with it. It'll happen. There's certain things where you can hunt super effectively more so, but like, yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think the design of areas that we want is that like everybody can kind of play their own way, and you'll get there eventually. So yeah, but yeah, I mean, like it's yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I guess there are a lot of these back to back. Like each area is coming with its own base upgrade, essentially, is how I'm kind of like seeing this happening, right? So it might feel very rapid, but it's like a purposeful kind of design that we're doing here, and I think it kind of is like you'll be able to like look at this and realize there's this kind of like purpose behind it, and um, like some areas they focus on kind of like this is all about end game upgrades right now. This one's all about codexes. This series there's a lot of like a little bit of everything, bases included. Uh, yeah, we want the rewards to be interesting and worth pursuing too. Rewarding as well. So we don't want it to be like here's a whole bunch of base upgrades that like you already have a base that you got years ago that's better. Like that's not necessarily super fun. Okay, so where was I? I think maybe I will actually go back to the smart file here and maybe just try and figure out what we want out of this. So what do we do here? I think I could change this canvas size. Actually, let's not do the canvas size. Let's do image resolution. And let's set that scale to 3 times that. Save it and go back to this and shrink that. To be, is this what I need to do? Whoop. There we go. Seems close enough. Okay. Another thing we can do is, well, I don't know if it will work. Yeah, I don't think it works. So in Clip Studio, you can kind of set stuff as draft layers, and when you do that, you can have it, when you export it as an image, like a PNG, it won't export with that layer turned on. But when I do save, and it's using it as a smart layer, it does include that, so that's fine though. I'll just turn it off when I need to. Okay, so what I might do is use a opaque brush and start this over. That way it'll look a lot better. Okay, so, but what do we want on this? And let's actually just like go gold on it. I will use this like dark purple pink-ish color that kind of represents maybe the, if you took all the opal color that we have on it and then just smear it all and get one color out of it, maybe that's the color it would be. Okay, so I like the corners exposed, even though opals tend to be a rounded oval, an oval opal. Think that I like what the corners can do to tell us about the texture itself and like the lighting properties and stuff. Maybe I like the idea of like the wings somehow, like that could be kind of cool. I don't want it to feel like demonic or something though, right? And that this motif can kind of have that feeling behind it. So maybe I don't. Maybe I don't go in that direction exactly. But I do want something like in the core of it. Maybe it's like power source or something. Could be kind of cool. Because again, like each of these bases is definitely getting more and more powerful, and we're definitely creeping into the territory where it's outscaling people's prestige bases, right? But it also means that it's definitely going to be a challenge to obtain, right? Not a freebie base, I don't think. Okay, yeah, I don't know if I like the wings so much. I don't think that works. Could also try looking at like, okay, what kind of like cut pattern do we want in it? Do we want it to be like a Zelda rupee? Do we want kind of more smooth? I think more smooth would be nice. And I mean, I don't even know if we have to like do any cuts into it, but I like the idea of there being this kind of like texture to this, some dimension that we've carved into it or whatnot. Like it could even be like we could lose the symmetry and just kind of like I don't know. It's like a soapstone carving or something. Nah, don't think I like that one either. Let's see. Bring this symmetry tool back. I think maybe something. Ooh, actually, yeah. So like, what if there is? I'll have to re-render this like in the perspective, which is another, you know, like why this won't work perfectly for this, but yeah. So the last stream, we kind of created this interesting resource. Maybe it has something with that. All right. Well, let's see what this does in context. Turn off this layer and this layer, and we need more of that gold. Methinks we need more of the gold. Could just be at the corners. Like we could also do, I mean, maybe this is where the dragon wings, just a hint of them kind of come through. Like you don't even know that these are dragon wings, let's say. Yeah, that's kind of neat. I like that more, at least. It's more subtle and it looks still kind of like maybe some kind of royal jewelry or some detail on that. Okay, it is 12:16. All right, so let's save this. Let's look at it on the base. So yeah, aside from this being like a flat image on top, I might actually just like sync this object down into it. This item we were working on before, kind of maybe that's embedded inside of it. I think that could look cool. Yeah. 50% dragon wings, 50% mouse ear. Hmm. Had to go through Whiskerwood's rift twice because I accidentally waved at the monstrous Black Widow as I walked past her. Yep. Yeah, I've done that kind of stuff a lot. Yeah. All right. She can see higher res of the M1000. I mean that's certainly something that we're also looking to fix with version 4. Um, is like being able to like give you much more access to being able to enjoy the artwork and like putting it in easier to like enjoy spaces. Like one thing that we were kind of playing around with is like when you catch mice, and they like it'll like it can give you a pop up of like the full piece of artwork, and you kind of dig around nice and easily as opposed to trying to like dig into kind of the adversaries page and also like the like landscape, which are the most impressive of the mice. They're the bosses. Uh, they're just like this tiny little like meh kind of smushed thing, buried by the layout and like the text and stuff like that. Although like the descriptions are super important, and we want that to also be super accessible and stuff. But yeah, like I think that uh, we got some improving to do on that, allowing people to enjoy all the hard work that the artists put in. Certainly, we didn't intend when we first started for them to be like these high res characters that people could kind of like get real close up to and look at. But as the years have gone by, like we've been like, okay, well, we can fit higher, bigger files. We're better artists. We can kind of like put more into it, and just kind of like like when I do these streams with you, you get to see the up close details that just don't exist in the game. So it's like that's kind of a fun thing about it, is like you get like this insider view, but like at the same time, it's a waste to kind of put in all that effort and like not really let you be able to see it. So that's definitely something that I think we can kind of do better. All right, so I'm just removing that because it won't make sense to have it in this kind of like um, view. The perspective shift won't allow for that, but I think it'd be cool to have it. So like if I did like a squished version of it, I guess. Like would that make sense if it was like maybe it's not even squished. Maybe it just looks like it just is deep, deep, deep down. So it's almost like, wait, this base looks like it's this flat, but like it looks like this thing is like inside of it, deep inside of it. What's going on? Kind of the TARDIS vibe of just like it's bigger on the inside. Um, I like when we do that. I think it's kind of fun. It's the tip of the iceberg that you're seeing here. Um, how does this object fit inside? Kind of idea. Um, so that could be kind of cool. That's not the color I was going for. But right now I'm just kind of like sketching it in there. It's not set in stone or anything. And I suppose I could actually just import the image. That might be easier. to work with. You know, maybe that's a good idea. Could be. You know, let's do it. Let's do it. Pretty sure this is fine. Alright, so import. Do I use a smart object for this? Yeah, let's do that. Just gotta dig it up. Actually, no, I'm gonna be painting over it, so it'd be easier to just import it as an image. Okay. Gotta find where it is stored. Huzzah. Boom. Alright. You see nothing. So I do that. And I guess I could mask it with, is this one? Probably want to duplicate this. But then put this below, hide that, knock that back. Honestly, I think I'll scale it down too, but I don't want to transform the mask. It's like, how big should this be, I wonder? Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, there's something interesting about it being this like weird physical thing that's like this solid, but then you can see inside of it and like it looks like it goes deep. So another thing is, okay, so like if I duplicate this now and I shift it over here and I use a different mask altogether, I use this one on it. Boom. And I unlock those from each other and I shift this until it looks like it's kind of like just refracting the light. Like, should it actually be looking down here? I don't know yet. But it's like the idea of looking at the edge of a pane of glass, like a nice thick piece, and you're trying to look at objects past it. I mean, they'd probably be like really all over the place, right? Get a lot of refraction with that. But like we could also maybe consider like, let's warp it, because why not? I don't know if that makes sense, but it could be kind of interesting. I would also probably look at using kind of like a different like layer, like if it's an overlay, or maybe what would be a good one? Ooh, color dodge looks kind of neat. Just taking the light. Could do like a weird offset. Where there's like two right beside each other. And we like shift the color, perhaps. So let's see, how do I want to do that? If I did like hue, it's probably not a good way to do that, actually. I think that do like a color balance. No, was it? What was it? I did this before on this, I think. Use a correction layer. Do like a level correction, and if I like turn all the red down, maybe. I don't know. I'm just messing around. I like to mess around a bit. Okay, and then we do like green. Am I in the right layer? This is wrong. Oh, I see. Okay, well that's not right. That did not work how I wanted. It doesn't really play with the opal very well that way. Whoa. Grab the wrong part of it. Oh, I see. I was down there. Okay. Well, I don't know if I want to like have that duality look to it, but I do like the idea that maybe being kind of shifted. Okay, I need to stop grabbing the mask itself. Like maybe I do have it as full opacity, and I just do like an overlay layer with some more color. Ooh, that's kind of neat. See, that feels opal now. This here has an opal nature to it. I think it's because there's this like gray-ish with the streaks kind of like passing through but being chopped up. I think that works. So maybe I do that here. So what did I do? I did a layer of a top, clipped with like this purple, and then I made that a let's see, what did I use? A linear burn. Not linear light, linear burn. Put that down. And then I took some of the opal colors we got going on. Just kind of scattered that through it. Interesting. Okay. It works especially well with these kinds of like the petals, as I was kind of referring to them before. And like these gaps in color as well. Bring that eye out. Okay. I mean, maybe this is a decent direction to be going in. I think I would put that reflection above it. Where are you? Oh, I suppose I could actually just move these into their relevant group. So this one. Let's go. Down you go here. This one goes into this layer here. Oh wait, no, this one. There we go. Can just turn that off now. And then I'll move all of these. Into here. Cool. All right. Yeah, instead of it being vertical, it could be laying horizontal. That's true. We can definitely try that as well pretty easily, I think. So if I grab this and I rotate it around that point, put it like that, and then the one above. Do something like that. Based off the perspective of the object, however, it kind of like I would want to redraw that. The angle is on the actual kind of resource is looking above down. So like maybe if it was actually flipped all the way like 180 coming towards us, that might work better. Might make more sense for the perspective that it has. So that could work. Like that. And then this one as well would need to be flipped. And shifted. So like that might not be bad. Kind of works. All right, so then you can come in here and do more of that fun color streaking. Let's grab a vibrant version of that. And I guess they should still be like a horizontal kind of streak. Kind of go with the rest of the opal. I think actually like really having those grays kind of just, or like the gaps between the vibrants really kind of like helps it feel more opal. Okay, so like that's an interesting angle we could use. I don't hate that. Do we like it more like you only see like the top peak of it, just kind of like, like it looks like it's way deep down inside of it somehow, and you kind of get that it's just the top of it? Or do we like it kind of flipped over onto its side, kind of pointing perhaps towards the mouse itself? Shatter the whole crystal and let it distribute randomly within the base. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, interesting. Like it like just and it unleashes its power into the base as it's like in its fragmented form. I like it. I like it. I think that's an interesting take on this idea. A little more complex, but like I'd be willing to kind of like see if I can render that into existence. And it could kind of like maybe start, like a little more like it's intact back here, but then as it almost like shotguns forward, you see it like falling apart more kind of idea. Like that's an interesting concept. I think that's very neat. Um, just like large, discrete chunks of it kind of. Like I don't think I want it to be just like a whole bunch of like super tiny fragments necessarily. But yeah, that's a really neat idea. So then if I like use a clipping mask on this and just kind of do something more like that. We could even take like the light that was pouring out of it and just kind of blast it out. That'd be really interesting. What a neat idea. See, this is it. Like this is the stuff that I'm like, this is why I really like to stream, is get like something unique that I had not kind of come up with yet. That is just like, oh, that's really cool sounding. Let's explore it. It might be a terrible idea. It might not work, but it sounds fun. What are you doing over there, Charlie? Oh, Pika. Are you stuck? What are you doing? Just like climbing around behind a shelf, being a little weirdo. Yeah, this is neat. Okay, so then if I have, do I do it in this layer? Might be hard to do. Okay. I'll have like this kind of yellow core. Bursting out, but then because it's all this opal, like we're really gonna just like crackle it up, um, and just really scatter that light very quickly as it falls off. Again, not like 100% that this is where it's going to end up going, but like this is a cool exploration. I think there's something to try and solve with this. Like the wings, might have to rethink the wings. Might have to like, I mean, maybe the wings would be best to just kind of like hug the base. So like, not this group. Turn that off. Turn that off. I don't even know what that layer was. Okay, that's the whole base. All right, so this is our current overlay goodie thingy. Okay, so if I had Maybe it's like hugging it more like this or something like that. So like the wing motif is more kind of going along the sides of it. And so we get like a better view of this source just exploding inside the base or something. I don't know. Does it feel enough like the other bases though? Like I feel like we're really getting a pretty wide departure from like this kind of motif, and I don't know if we want it to go too far out of place. Like I do want it to feel like you take that base and you upgrade it to like version 2 and then version 3 and now this is version 4. um, so I want to make sure that it doesn't get too far away. I think if we use similar gilding on it, we might be able to kind of like pull it back a bit. So like maybe I will grab the gilding from this one. Let's say this was from the sapphire, and we like, I'll just duplicate this so I can muck around in it. We like grab this, and just like nuke that, get rid of you, and yay, and there. And then maybe we turn it back to gold. I just think, well, I mean, the silver is kind of nice with it too. Doesn't look terrible. But yeah, like maybe I'd get rid of that part of it, perhaps. Kind of like that accent up there, but it just gets in the way. But like now it kind of has this transition where you see where it came from before. And like I think we could still cut interesting notches into the opal. And again, like I really want to make it feel like it's this gemstone, this precious metal, not metal, precious stone. And right now it's very, very transparent, which isn't necessarily proper opal. Like opal, I think it does very, very much like the light goes in and it penetrates and comes out, but like not the same way that like a polished ruby or sapphire would, where your reflections are like the back side of this cut gem and the facets are what is kind of reflecting all these interesting kind of like uh, just designs. Whereas opal, it's kind of like it's this cloudy kind of translucent kind of looking material. So I think maybe we need to lose this kind of like piece a bit more, maybe. Also, I'm gonna shift this so that it's over here a bit better. We're going for that kind of like glass refraction effect a bit. But like maybe I want to put it behind everything else that's in here. It's a little more hidden. We got these flecks kind of catching light in front of it. Like that might be, like I think it's fine if it's a subtle thing. Like you kind of can realize like, wait, is that thing? And so when you see it now, but like it doesn't need to scream at you like, hey, look at the thing in there. So yeah, I'm liking this direction. I think there's something to this. 15 years playing this game, first time seeing the person behind it. I'm one of the people. There's a lot of people that work on this game, and I appreciate you being around for basically as long as the game has. That's awesome. And welcome to Feedback Friday, by the way. This is the art edition. I do this every 2 weeks. Every other week is the kind of like lead uh, developer Dave, who's kind of like our team lead, and he and Giorgio, who is like our kind of like systems op guy, who make sure that the ship doesn't sink, and is always the servers are keeping the sails full of wind and all that. Dave, Giorgio, and myself were kind of like the first developers on the game 16 years ago. Um, but yeah, since then we've got a lot of other team members. They just don't tend to be as kind of willing to jump in front of the camera for several hours like I am or Dave. Um, but yeah, if you come out to these more, we do them every Friday. You'll meet more of us and get a lot of good inside scoops and be a part of creating the game. That's another thing that like is just a big thing. Is I think that's part of why we've been able to be around as long as we have. Is we like actually have conversations weekly with our community, and I try to get you all involved in creating stuff that goes in permanently as much as I can. But yeah, so we are actually coming up to 1 o'clock pretty soon, 12 minutes, and I am a little peckish. I could use a coffee, and I wouldn't be opposed to. Okay, I have two options. Um, I could, let's say, go for another hour, and um, maybe I'll just refill my water, and that'd be more than enough. Um, and then we go for another hour, and I wrap up uh, and take my lunch then. And honestly, that's probably the better idea. Otherwise, the standard thing that I do is I'll take like an hour long lunch at 1 o'clock, and then we come back and we stream for another few hours. But I'm not sure how late I can go today. I have to like wrap up some stuff and get out of the office a little earlier. Um, so kind of thinking that, yeah. Let's see. I mean, okay. So would we want to stream for another hour? In which case, we'll just keep going, or another like 2 hours of painting, but it'd be another 3 hours long stream. So like I'd be willing to go basically until like 4 o'clock. So I'd like take an hour long break, come back at 2 o'clock, stream for 2 hours, stay for another hour. um, yeah, let's see what others think. Should we just, yeah, like, cause an hour long break is a lot. I suppose I could just try and do a shorter break, but yeah, I'll stay. Okay, we got two votes for just going for another hour and wrapping then. Well, I guess an hour and 10. Or doing like a full lunch break and then coming back for another 2 hours after that. I still have at least 10 minutes before we have to kind of decide. Um, so I will let you figure out what you would prefer. Also, I tend to, after lunch, just like go into like focused in the zone kind of mode. I get a little less kind of conversational, I suppose. It's just how that tends to go. So if you prefer me rambling, then we should just keep going. But if you just want to like toss me onto your like the side of your monitor or whatever and just kind of like watch slowly as progress creeps along for the until 4 o'clock, like that's an option. Yeah, I mean, like that is a thing about doing all day long streams. Like I used to do like from 11 until like 6, but I'd have like an hour break in the middle. Um, and I don't tend to do those as much. Also, often because I have other projects, like other files that I'm trying to wrap up. Because Friday is, like the end of the week, and I like to try and get everything uploaded and kind of like updated in that regard. And I can't really do that on stream, so I tend to have to wrap up early so I have enough time to do that. Um, but yeah, there were times when it would be most like just all day art, uh, and they were fine. But I'd be like totally exhausted by the end, so we don't need to do that. I want more of like a chunky piece right here, perhaps. Just trying to like imagine like how would this shatter and break apart, right? Like what would these craggly pieces look like? An ASMR stream when? Uh, I mean, stick around long enough, and if I'm just kind of like zombie mode, but like trying to ramble, maybe I'll just go into like whispery quiet the whole time, or like if someone is like in the room and like on a call, then I'll just kind of quietly talk at you all the whole time. And I don't know if this is very good, but here you go. Do an April Fool's ASMR stream where Giorgio just kind of like is on a side channel and interjects with a clown horn every once in a while. I would hate that. I would hate that a lot. Hmm. Something inside it explodes. It's going to refract like an inside out disco ball. Interesting. Hmm. Might be hard to read since the crystal itself is quite small on the base. Yeah. I mean, like what we're kind of like trying to convey is not going to be easy uh, to express. Plus, like there's also another thing that is important to keep in mind is like having an actual like trap on top. This one's pretty good for it, but um, certain ones will kind of like cover over a lot of the, like the center of the base. So we just need to kind of be aware that that might be very easily obscured. This file doesn't necessarily have like the most useful examples of traps. It's a bit of an older one. I guess, let's see. I think this one covers a lot. But yeah, I just need to keep in mind what that does, right? And again, this is kind of like the issue with like the. I think I had to actually. This is like an old version of this file or of this image. I cleaned these up, I believe. But because the traps are laid over top, if this was a rounded corner here, then there'd be like this white triangle at the edge, and like certain traps are even worse for it, where you have like these dark kind of like backgrounds, but they're actually overlaid on top and just cutting out that area, right? But like yeah, like if this was a rounded edge here, it would very much these like weird white corners. So that's why we can't really play with the actual like silhouette so much. We can extend beyond it, but then like these traps just kind of cleave it off, right? So like if this band is sticking up outside of the base a little bit, right? This is actually what I tend to do with traps that have backgrounds, is I actually purposefully like overlay a bit just in case there's some weirdness. I don't want there to be this weird like line that happens, because that's definitely something that we've had to tweak and fix, where it's like, oh, you just use a selection of a base and like the base isn't quite right and the selection is just grabbing too much, and you mask that off and now you got this weird like white line on the edge of the bases, which can work, but I don't like that, so I prefer to overlap a bit. Yeah, that looks kind of neat. Part of me wants like this rooted all the way to the back of the base, and maybe I'll do that, but also that means that more and more traps will definitely be obscuring it. So, don't know. It's an interesting one. All right, let's see. What are we thinking for the break? Just kind of seeing what chat I've missed. Being very bad at reading chat, which shouldn't be that hard. It's not like it's moving super fast. Does this mean we only need one mythical dragon heart for the base? I have no idea. I personally cannot confirm how many it would take. I feel like it's probably, well, I don't know. That's also not even set in stone. I don't think we're kind of like doing balancing stuff, I imagine, right now. So couldn't tell you, even if I wanted to. Yeah, I mean, like where it's positioned, it's a case of like you have to be kind of imagining you're looking into the base, deep into it, and like through it a bit. So it's like set back. Um, but yeah, I mean, like I need to just kind of experiment, see what is working, what isn't. And like right now, I feel like it kind of distracts from the opal quality a little bit. So I might mess around a bit and just kind of explore. All right, so let's see. Gotta catch up to see if there's any people talking about how we should do the break. Yeah, like opal is mostly milk, ghosty, smoky, opaque thing with splashes of color in it. Maybe this is a bit too much purple. I don't disagree with you. I prefer a richer kind of opal, and it might be inaccurate, but like I think that would be the direction I want it to kind of like be in, just for the kind of vibe I want the base to give off, as opposed to necessarily like, oh, that looks exactly like how opal should. Like I could do that. It might be a nice look, and I might push that a little bit more. And because I have like these hard edges, the walls and the top, I might give it a little more of that smoky vibe on the top, and kind of like have it more this deep, rich kind of like pops of color blasting through, kind of like the more muddled kind of like base color that's going on. So I might mess around with that a bit. But yeah, like again, like what I'm not trying to zoom on the chat. But like what's going on with these these petals? I think that has like this really interesting kind of look to it. So I might use more of that kind of idea and just kind of like place more of these textures into it and have the light kind of streaking through, so we can have a mix of like this milky kind of opaline kind of look with kind of more deep dark textured color behind it. Um, yeah, like I don't think I'll be done this one today, to be perfectly honest. I think that there's some really awesome direction we've gone in with it, and it's definitely making it epic and setting a tone. But I think I need to explore it, perhaps even with a break. So you know what? I am gonna do my lunch break. I feel like a lot of the streams I've done, I've tried to rush it to be wrapped up by lunch because I didn't want to, make you wait so you could watch for like a full hour to watch just one more hour. But I think I'll go until 4. I think I'm okay with doing that. So I will take my lunch now, and then I will stream for another like 2 hours. I'll stream till 4 o'clock. Um, but for now, what we can do is zoom that out, kind of put that here, and I will be back at 2. It's 1:03 right now. I will put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. And we can also watch a little bit of the time lapse just to see what we've done so far. There's not a lot. It's been it's gonna be a short loop, but yeah, is what it is, I guess. All right. Well, I'll be back soon-ish. And by soonish, I mean an hour. But yeah, I feel like I could use the break. I need to like not look at it for a bit so that I can kind of like be fresh and kind of like reanalyze it and kind of like I often will get ideas when I'm making lunch. Like I'm literally in the kitchen making a coffee and like putting a sandwich together or whatever. Like that's sometimes when things resolve, when I'm not actually like trying to figure it out is when it happens. So I find taking a good break will help me. So I will do just that. So I'm gonna put up the timer right now and put that here. Put that to 55 minutes, and I shall be back in approximately that time. All right. Well, I'll see you soon. And I'll have a Larry link for everybody when I return as well, so you can enjoy free goodies from the friendly night. But until then, I'll go fuel up and stretch and walk around because I need to do that. Okay. See you soon. Hello. Welcome back. Try not to surprise anyone who forgot this tab is open. Hi, I'm here again. Lunch is done. We're going to continue art. I had hot and sour soup that I made. And I'm enjoying an Earl Grey tea right now. Because. Alright. So. Oh yeah, I forgot to like tab. Oh well. Alright, so had a nice little break. I'll be going for about 2 hours approximately. Let me grab that Larry link that I said I would share before I forget. Copy link. I haven't tested it. Oh, sorry, error. Try again. Hello. Alright. Curious. Testing. Huh. Alright, I might need to reopen the chat for whatever reason. Pop out chat. Currently signed out. That's a lie. Sign into chat. Okay, I think that worked. Paste. Alright, well, that's not who I was supposed to be signed in as. Oh well. Enjoy Larry loot. Let me just paste it in text form on here, so it's easier to find for people. Put this outside of that clipping mask. Boop. That's a little large, and I don't need to add all those spaces to it. Let's try that again. All right. So let's even see what that does. Copy. I don't know why it signed me out. Having them technical difficulties today. Oh, I got some Master Megas Mimitite from Larry. Thanks, Larry. I have claimed. And I've run out of cheese because I was using my Master Mimilet. Should I craft a few more of it? Yes. Let's go. Kapow. Take that. Alright. Sorry, I don't have Dave's cool, like, overlay setup thingy. So you get to see what I'm doing in MouseHunt. Alright. So, where we last left off, our intrepid adventurers it's interesting this is like clipped here. I feel like that it's maybe supposed to be more like that. I guess it got moved at some point. Like, I guess. Yeah. Alright. Well, I won't worry too much about it. I'm probably going to adjust all this. So, what next? Okay, so we started doing this kind of shattered heart of the mythical heart of the dragon, or I forget what it's called exactly right now. Mythical dragon heart, I think. Oh yeah. Back to the earlier query. Will the round orange circle light up when the base is equipped with certain trap? An example, Draconic Depths Trap. Uh, I mean, that sounds really cool, but like, we'd have to kind of solve that with Norm likely. Um, I'd have to do like multiple versions of it, but like it sounds like it'd be fun. But also this base is designed to kind of like be more of a universal base. Um, so I don't know if it would be a benefit to like give it a really special effect only when you're kind of using it here in this state. But like, yeah, I don't know. It could happen. I think it's fun. Um, but yeah, I think right now that's not necessarily the plan. But I like the idea. It does sound cool. Like one of the things that I think is a useful effect of the base itself activating is when it's actually communicating something that is important. Like if you just have like a specific like draconic depths trap equipped with it, that's not necessarily like something you need feedback on. You know what traps on it. And also like there's a high chance that like the traps are just covering over a good portion of the base depending on what one it is cuz they're pretty epic traps and they take a presence, right? Um so basically what I'm thinking is like of the signature series denture base or the printing press base. Those change state when there is something to communicate with you. There's like the heist and the thief base that like they actually like change form depending on what mode you're hunting through the labyrinth with. Or I think there's one more, at least one more. I think there's like the was there the growth base or something like that, or like pollutinum? Maybe that didn't end up happening. Um, what's the other one? I don't think the iceberg base like changes or anything, but that one's kind of like a specific. Well, at any rate, the I think the signature series and the printing press ones are like changing state to inform you of something that you need to know. So like it looks active, that means you still have the fuel to be running it. But if suddenly it looks dull and inactive, then it can let you know like, uh-oh, you ran out of this resource, which isn't just shown in the HUD with it. Like you have to look at your journal entries to see like, oh, how many hunts do I have left of this resource? So it giving you that like visual shift is important for that. But um, like I think it's fun. I like those details a lot wherever we can fit them. Like if you're using a base in a specific way and location, if it changes, that's cool. But like I want it to like really be a meaningful thing when it does. Like it actually is communicating something. Like if there is a reason why using this base with that trap in this situation is important to know, and that's different, then it would make sense to like do that shift. Otherwise, we can just make it look glowy and cool always, which is fun. Mm-mm. That's one I was trying to think of. Yeah, the physical brace base has an effect when equipped with a physical trap because it actually does change something. You know, like there's something that is actually shifted, but like if it's just kind of combined with a trap that comes from the same location, there isn't really like a unique piece of information that I think is critical to understand. Um, and I mean, like the physical brace base, I don't think it's critical that it communicates that, but it was a fun thing to do. Um, so you know, like if we can justify it, then yeah, sure, I'd love to throw that in there and see if the devs go for it. It certainly wouldn't be the first time I've been like, hey, I also added this state just in case you were down for like, you know, kind of just implementing this cool idea that we totally didn't discuss. um, but yeah, I don't like doing that too much. I know that there's a lot of like irons in the fire, and I don't want to put any extra work on anybody's plate that doesn't need to get overloaded with stuff. As is like on the art side, like I have many big things on my plate, and I do need to kind of like get some more stuff done. So why I'm kind of like making sure to. Whoop, I don't want to erase that layer. Thought I put a new one. Whoops. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to like just overload the plate. Like it's a cool like polish time. We can kind of maybe look at more details like that, but right now maybe not. It's a great idea though. I like it. I like it. Any like cool alternative kind of like shifting versions of things is fun. Maybe I can put this behind it. Nah, it gets eaten up. All right. I just like what I'm trying to do right now is create a little more of a gradient of this like cracking explosion as it's like releasing its core of energy or whatnot, right? So I'm thinking that if if there's more kind of bigger chunks of this kind of like dragon's heart material closer to the base of this, and they're like almost like these visible cracks forming between it. That should look pretty rad. Maybe I'll bloom that out even more. And get this overlaid closer together. How's everybody's day going, by the way? I haven't really asked how you're doing. Anybody else have a lunch break with me? What did you enjoy? Or eat? Or fuel yourself with, rather? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh yeah, the round orange circle in the front there. I was wondering what round orange circle you were referring to. I was thinking it was like the glow in here, but I think it was this. No, the other bases have kind of like these gem details, and those don't change when you're using them. So yeah, it'd be more consistent if we don't do that, and there wasn't really a plan to do that, I don't think. So it will not. Also, I'm probably going to change it to be different. I don't want it to be like the these two bases. The top ones are very carbon copy of each other, but this one starts to like get a whole other power level going. And I wanted to like change it up a little more. I wanted to evolve it, and so this is also going to evolve from that. But I do want it to be similar at the same time. I want to make sure that like each one of these looks more dynamic and cool and exciting. So this one, it's going to be a decently powerful one, so I want it to be pretty decently powerful looking. Yeah. Ooh. Sunlight and fresh air with the cat. That sounds incredible. It's a beautiful day over here, so I'm actually wrapping up work early as well to kind of go out and hang out with some friends, enjoy some dinner and board games together. It's going to be a nice time. I am looking forward to it. Okay, so maybe like a shrapnel-y piece here. Do you do like your cat like in a run on a leash, or just kind of like do they just like follow you around outside freestyle? Actually, I saw a really great uh, short video recently of someone they made like a tunnel that comes out of a screen window. They like cut a box out of their screen and like installed this like tunnel that's also like mesh covered, and it goes into like this nice big outdoor like cat gazebo. It's like a really big looking chicken coop kind of thing, but for their cat to just like run around inside and play with toys and bird watch and stuff outside, and they can just like come in and out of the house as much as they want through that tunnel. And I think they like set up some kind of like magnet kind of snap thing where they could like remove it and shut the windows and stuff. I'm like, that is awesome. That's the coolest thing. But yeah, how the base design would look if it uh, tilted to a certain angle. Um, yeah, like if we were to rotate it in 3 dimensions, it'd be an interesting like experiment to see what it would do. I would want it to kind of like refract the light in an like things would kind of shift because we're like looking down through a lens that is kind of like refracting things, and it's like if you were to like blast a laser directly to the center of where you're seeing it, it wouldn't necessarily like hit it if that you know continued perfectly straight instead of bending. Um, and yeah, like with it being opal, like as it would rotate, you'd have these like sparkly flecks kind of just dancing around. It'd look amazing, I would imagine. But yeah, we're not doing that. I don't know how to do any of that. That's a whole level of technology and artistry I do not possess, requiring 3D modeling and like a lot of understanding of like texture and all that jazz. Uh, I'm sure someone could do it though, and it'd be really cool looking, and I'd love to see it. An indoor cat who thinks he's an outdoor cat. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, supervised outdoor visits in the backyard is awesome. Like I'm of the mind of like I wouldn't want my cats just kind of like just wandering around without you know keeping an eye on them because I'd be worried they'd just kind of run out into the street or something dumb. Or like even though I'm in the middle of the city, there are like coyotes at night that have come out, and there's just too many things that they could get in trouble with or get lost. I had a cat when I was in Ottawa, um, who was an indoor cat, but it was like a rescue. It was like a stray cat that me and my brother picked up and brought in, and it ended up kind of like escaping through a hole in a screen window one night, and we couldn't find him for like a week. And it was like downtown, and we were like, well, either like someone picked up the cat and like you know uh, brought it to a shelter and we couldn't find it, or it's injured. Like it was scary. It was bad. But like a full week later, I heard this like really sad meowing from like under a parked car, and there was Vagabond, who never left the apartment again. Like, didn't want to try going outside after that. But like he was mangy and like clearly had a homeward bound adventure. Um, yeah, yeah. I grew up in like on a country road with a lot of pets, and all of them were allowed outside. We had a mouser cat who like we basically never even had to feed. He just ate all the mice because there were a lot. Obviously, we did feed him and stuff, but like he was just like the cat that owned that entire territory and stuff. But like, yeah, country roads are dangerous. Too many like locals just drive real fast because they're just so used to those roads, and yeah, a lot of like brush cover and trees and stuff, so animals can get hurt pretty easily outdoors. And there's also like nowadays there's like the ticks are on the rise and all that. Like, uh, yeah, I'm always wary of that. I want my little fur friends to be safe. But yeah, I love that yours gets to enjoy outside time because that's good for them. I've tried to do the leash walking and all that. And cats aren't into it. They do not like going outside. They are terrified of the outdoors. Suppose doesn't help that like pretty much most of the times they've ever gone outdoors now has been to go to the vet, and they're not fans of the vet. But also, it's really loud out there. Like, I'll often have my balcony door open, and I put up like this little kind of gate thing, so they'll just like sit at the gate and just like sniff the air and look out. They enjoy that, so I'm glad. Right. Okay, so I think that I'm pretty happy with like that fracture. It kind of tells a little bit of a story about like it's expanding outward kind of thing. Maybe I'll even like cluster that together closer. Do a little overlapping even. But what I'll probably do is kind of put a little bit of an overlay on top of it, so it's not like super opaque. Because again, I want it to be like inside of this material, and right now it looks like a clear glass window or ice or something. We're peering right through it super easily. I want this to be inside the core of it, but yeah, like as we've discussed, opal is this kind of like translucent-ish, like it's just like a bunch of little super tiny bead, like so small you can't even see them, but like just stacked and piled up. So the light really isn't necessarily supposed to go super deep through it, or like we shouldn't be able to necessarily see super deep into the material. Um, but we're having fun. If it looks cool, it's justified. Is kind of the way that art works for me nowadays. Let's darken these a bit more. So these are kind of like the pieces that are behind the others. Just trying to fill that in so I have a good idea of the three-dimensional shape what we're looking at. Okay. Maybe I should go somewhere in between for this one. Cool. All right. One more here. And I think that that's kind of more than enough. to convey this like object just exploding outward or something. I might even pull this one back a bit more. Open up the core of it a bit. Just in case anyone's curious about my like crafting endeavors these days, because I've kind of talked about it on and off. I've talked about how I kind of like got blacksmith certification a little while back and been kind of mucking around with that. I haven't had a lot of free time to get out and do it. Unfortunately, I need to make time again soon, as I miss it. They're like upgrading the forge at the makerspace right now, which is awesome. But actually, just the other night on Wednesday, I went in and I got certified for welding. I can now MIG weld, which is pretty cool and exciting and fun. Don't know exactly what I'm going to do with that skill just yet, but nice to have. Yeah, when there's like an opportunity to learn a new, like, cool skill thing, I'm like, teach me. I want to know. There's been like a few classes on doing like the laser cutter, and I really want to learn that, but it's just never worked out timing wise. Like I'm always busy when they run it. So one day, I was talking with the guy that runs the class, and he's like, I've worked with him on things before, and he's like, well, you probably could, like, based off of experience with you, if you just kind of like research it on your own and then come in and show me you know how to do it, I could probably just like give you a pass to be allowed to use it. We just need to run through it in person, so I know how to make sure I don't hurt the machine or damage it or anybody. Yeah, that'd be cool. I have my there's the axe throwing market thingy coming up on the 16th, and I need to get ready for that. I'm currently working on a brass inlay on someone's axe, like the back of it, carving out like a little tree beard portrait looking thing to inlay into the back of that. It's interesting. I'm not sure if I'm happy with where it is at though. So I might have to give the axe back so that guy can throw with it, and just let him know that I'll have to do it another day. Because I was trying to get it done this week, but it's been a really busy week and I haven't had a good amount of time to focus on it. So yeah, it will. All right. I like the petals here. The petals are really good. They play with the opal so nice. So I might actually like throw the petals out, not like trash them, but like make them floating off. Can I even? Oh, I see. That makes sense. I need to just make this rasterized. Yeah. Did I duplicate this already? I'll duplicate it again. And rasterize. And apply. Well, that's not what I wanted actually. I'll just erase that. Alright, now There we go. I can just kind of add these petals elsewhere if I want. Mm-hmm. Gets to chase squirrels for a bit, but can't go far. Yeah. Oh man, that's the life. Cat will squirm out of any leash immediately. Yeah, no, mine too. Like they hate wearing anything. Not fans of that. For sure. Yeah, I mean when a cat wants to, they are just a puddle of liquid. Can squirm out of whatever. Squeeze through ridiculous spaces. I think it's like their whiskers, I think is like if their whiskers can squeeze through, they can squeeze through is the rule or something like that. Okay, I don't know if it's like lost the thread on this. It might have. It might be too much. It might. Let's throw this into its own. It's Mythical Dragonheart. Put that in its own Mythical Dragonheart folder so we can kind of just be like, nah, yeah, nah, yeah. But what I do want to do is knock it back a bit. Like, we could just drop the opacity, and that might be enough. Maybe. But I also think that we could get more kind of like punchy kind of flecks of color if we honestly maybe we do a clipping mask onto it, set this to normal instead of through, and then if we grab this kind of like I guess the base purplish or even this kind of like milky gray and just kind of glaze over it, and maybe knock that down a bit. And then do another layer on top, and this time we hit it with the flex, maybe? Like I like when the flecks kind of like fly through different pieces of it, but the way that this image is set up, there's actually like a big hazy blur around the whole thing. So it might be better to do it layer by layer. So like moving this down here kind of thing. But we'll just do it this way. Although the glow is kind of impeded by it now. Maybe I will do it this way. Do that, and then I could do that. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Oh, See, I like that. The base design does look like an object being fossilized in amber or fossilized in dimensional space. I dig it. Like that that's cool. I think that's the vibe I'm hoping it will give off. Um, so like another way to assist that, I think would be to give this kind of like sky box reflection thing going on a little more. Just kind of like let it knock out some of that contrast. It's like, oh yeah, all this stuff reflecting off of the glass surface, that polished surface, if you would, is in front of, and so you know that's kind of nice. We could even do a, let's really just try some stuff. Color blast. We'll go orange, and we'll keep the particle sizes. How do we like that? We'll go smaller. So let's get a directionality with this, but let's go perpendicular. And then this could be hue, color, brightness. Lighter color, kinda. I think the color range isn't enough, actually. What I'm gonna go go for is like a really subtle, just like color mix. Overlay could be good for that, actually. It's already pretty subtle. The one thing that I prefer in Photoshop about the layer options here is I can just use the up and down arrow keys to like flip between them really easily. And they're kind of organized in a maybe a better way. Okay, so let's do, color's not bad. Hue is maybe a little more subtle. But let's increase that like color variation. Let's only do the strokes in one direction here. Okay, so it's without it, that's with it. Very, very subtle, and I'm even going to knock it down. Okay, the metal stuff should be above this. It is. But I might knock it, like, how do I want to shift it? So the orange here needs to be tweaked. I think the color of the glow from inside of that cracking heart thing could be tweaked as well. Do we want to change the like the shape language of the metal band around it? Like that's probably a good next step. Like I would maybe tackle this side piece and then the metal frame at least. Do more of these flecks on the surface, kind of reflecting just intense colors of light. Because right now it's really muddy, and that's not as nice in opal, right? We talked about maybe the top surface being a little more of that milky kind of like opal, and then the sides being kind of a deeper, richer color because the like the light isn't hitting it directly, it's what's kind of passing through, perhaps. Um, but right now, let's say we look at this in like grayscale, it's going to probably be a bit of a hard read. It's kind of like if you look at it and you just kind of squint, you lose a lot of information. You're like, what's happening with over like in the left side of it? Like, what are all these kind of like gray kind of shapes? Like these top corners are fine. The top portion overall is relatively fine, but the sides are really chaotic and noisy. There's not a good hierarchy, so it's hard to read it. So I would probably want to address that. So if we go just darker overall on the sides, I think that would help it. So if I go here and I just put a new layer down and I make this a brightness just for the sake of it, and just knock that back, immediately it's so much easier to tell what I'm looking at. It could be even more resolved there. But, like, are we going to get out of the opal territory if we kind of like just knock it all back a ton? Let's look at it without the grayscale, and it's kind of interesting seeing the color just kind of like lose its value but keep its saturation, right? Like those are still really deeply saturated colors, but like they're not bright, and that does look kind of opally a little bit. I think it would be good to still get like bright flecks in there, but like it might not be bad to have the kind of deep saturated feeling colors there. But at the same time, maybe it would be more accurate if it actually went really desaturated. More so. So we could try doing like a saturation pass. Like knocking that out, but I feel like it's more interesting if there is like better pops of color. Like that's what opal is about. It's just like these powerful punches of color that just pop. And also because we have like this internal light source, I kind of want that like glowing out the sides more here. We can just keep it away from the metal bands so that it doesn't get too confused over there. Yeah, I think as long as there's bright, beautiful flecks of light dancing along the surfaces, we'll be able to get away with it still being like opal enough. So I'm okay with this. I think that maybe the very spindly nature of these, perhaps we want to get away from that just because we're already going to get like a lot of fine little thin details for the opal, and I think it would be easier if we don't have those competing. So what I can do is go into these and just maybe fill them in a bit more. Like, do we keep the same image, or do we just completely change it to something different? Like, I think it could be cool if it like has more of a draconic vibe, right? But I would say let's focus on them being kind of like chunkier and easier to read. It's like this could be a dragon's tail or something like that. There was also the idea of kind of like using these shapes to just kind of make the clean the edges so that it feels more oval. I think I might get rid of that leaf altogether. Like I like the corners being exposed just because then I can kind of appreciate the actual like detail of this texture. You know, it can get like a nice rich color kind of just dancing around in there. Like I might just opt to simplify these bands a lot. Yeah, so we are upgrading to the next tier for the future. It's not right now, but yeah, I needed something to work on live on stream, and all my other kind of tasks are not to be revealed. But also, I'm pretty sure that we've done all of these refractor bases on stream, so it made sense to continue the trend with this one. So it seemed like a good candidate for today. All right. Yeah, I mean, I could fill in the tiny leaves, um, but I think they're like we don't have all of the flex and details yet. I'm gonna be putting more in, so I just worry that those would start to compete a little too much. So I think I want it to be a much simpler looking, just metal container almost. The gilding on it. Uh, I like the idea if we can kind of give it a bit more of a dragon vibe. Like maybe the front of this. Let's see. These orbs. Let's turn those off. But like maybe the front of this could be like more like a dragon face because we kind of got the horns and stuff. That'd be kind of interesting. We can kind of make that work somehow. Where would that come from here? Might need to just smush all that together. It's easier to just overpaint. Yeah, and I wouldn't mind messing around a bit with this kind of smart um, layer. Although I never really like scaled it to be the correct shape necessarily. Like I just kind of drew a rectangle and was like, this is probably the right shape. So that might not be. I'm gonna save. Might not be scaled properly. This layer that we were doing earlier. Because I think it's like a 1-to-2 ratio of like the width to height. Maybe. I used to know. I don't know anymore. But yeah, we have the base top here, so we could play with this shape and design and just kind of like experiment with that. Just gonna separate these out. They don't need to be in the same layer. Put that behind. Small arrows / daggers. That could be fun. It does look like a pine cone. A conifer cone. Yeah. Ooh. For this next one, could the metal linings have the rainbowish tempered steel sheen, considering it's a draconic area and a lot of fire and stuff all around and whatnot? That's a really cool idea. I like that. Yeah. I mean, that's, yeah. Like, it's oxidized. It's got this, like, tempering kind of like rainbow color happening. Um, I wouldn't mind trying to do something with that. I think that's a neat idea. So let's see. Can I. What layer do I want to do that to? I could do. Hide that for now. Like, I kind of want to fill in a lot of it. Like, this one I liked all the very thin, spindly, kind of fragile looking vibes. But I think for this one I want it to be like just beefier. Like it's just built stronger. And so yeah, it just like has plates of this like uh, metal that's been through roaring fires and has like various tempering colors kind of swirling on it. Could be cool. Oh yeah, here's the like thing we created originally to kind of build that frame. So those two are kind of like the main things that I'm working off of. I mean, I could just do a layer on top of this folder and like, all right, time to oxidize this metal kind of thing. Right, and just kind of start here. Well, maybe I'll burn it down a bit more. But yeah, like I like the idea of like, yeah, like the forge kind of vibe. Let's knock that back even more. All right, so I definitely know this, but I need to look it up. Temper. Yeah. Okay, so get that kind of like blooming of colors, where you get like the purples and blues are like pretty darn hot, and the straw kind of like yellow and gold are like just kind of warmed up a little bit around the like 200 degrees mark kind of thing. Like maybe up at the top it's a little more softly tempered, but like near the cheese it's being kind of like roasted. So we get kind of into the like the reds. And then purples and blues. And then it goes into like just cooked black. Right? And you get like that really charred kind of surface. I know that it can also kind of like do waves of it too. I think like it can kind of pass through these multiple times perhaps. I might be mistaken about that actually. Maybe it's like right on this edge it like really gets all cooked, and then maybe it starts to kind of band back. Like maybe we're wanting it to be tighter together. The like the rainbow. I don't know. But hmm. It's a very interesting idea. It might be hard to kind of like balance. And right now, I think that's a bit extreme too. Like if we're kind of like suggesting there's that much light hitting the top of this um, opal, probably want to have at least some of it on this metal, although it may not be as shiny and reflective and polished because of all that patina built up on it. But yeah. That oxidation. Yeah, it's a tough one. I think it's really interesting. Maybe there's a way I can do it, but like I think I want more like just clear contrast between the metal and the stone, and right now we lose it if we kind of like explore that without going significantly darker, and then it's hard to get those temper colors in there, I think. Um, and like right now the temper colors at the bottom look like it's actively heated. It's like iridescently red. But yeah, I don't know. I need to like learn more about this stuff. I actively kind of like seek it out, but there's much to learn still. But yeah, I think something more like this feels more like it's intentional. Like there could be plates of it that are the tempered metal, and that might be good. But I like the idea of it's like there's like these kind of like a, a fine jeweler kind of went around this entire thing and gilded it and just did all this beautiful artistic work. And yeah, maybe they incorporated these like dragon blasted metal plates and stuff too. Um, yeah, no, the metal is supposed to be outside the base. Like it's kind of wrapped around it and kind of like locking it in or something. Um, but for the most part, we can't necessarily like have it really kind of sticking out necessarily. Like it's fine to go outside of the silhouette, and right now it needs to more than it is. Um, but yeah, I think it's more that like I worry about the readability of the like the contrast with it kind of having that knocks it down. It's just tough to make it read clean. So that's the main reason I'm kind of not necessarily going in that direction. But I love the idea. I think it's a really wonderful idea. So let's do another. Just kind of fill this out a bit more. Suppose I flattened it a little preemptively. Now I did mention like at the beginning I wanted it to be gold. First of all, I think that would look nice with this kind of like the deeper, darker opal. Um, and also like dragons, they love their gold hoards, right? Like I feel like they would go for something that's very treasure looking, you know? So I think maybe right now I like the silver just because then it flows from the like sapphire base a little bit better. Like they connect. They have that like relationship of this flows into that more clearly, but like one thing that the sapphire base does have is these gold kind of like plates inset in there, and so maybe I just do something similar. I keep it mostly the same shapes using silver, and I just kind of thicken it out a bit, and I have more gold inlaid into it, and I think that's a nice compromise for it. So I want to simplify it. Have less of these kinds of like little pieces overlapping each other. Maybe even get rid of that middle piece altogether. Yeah, I think that if it's like the gold sandwiched in the silver, that'll look really good. I feel like that's the right direction for it. Yeah. I'm just kind of thickening it out a bit more too. Including the gold. I want the gold to have more presence. Okay. So that needs to come forward dramatically there. This might be the time to use that smart file. So let's go into that, and we'll switch it up to gold and silver. And let's enable snapping. So we have a nice symmetrical pattern forming. Also, we have like the dragon's horns. That should be kind of appearing right down the center, I guess. These wings I like, but we want to contain in the silver somehow. So actually, if I just make them all silver, which is actually probably what I should have done, and then do a layer on top for the gold. Oh, right, I need to copy over the symmetrical ruler. Now, do we have the gold kind of go up into these wings? Like, it could be the like fingers of the wings. It's kind of interesting if it's like the bones. don't even know if any of that detail will transfer. Let's give that a save and take a look at it here. So if we, I guess we can turn off that. Yeah, we can use that to reference where the gold should actually be. Like where the silver should be, where the gold should be. And actually I'll put a little marker here for where the center of this actually is, and like again, I don't want it to feel like it's all like creepy demonic looking thing, right? Like I want it to feel like a dragon. But these are supposed to be horns. Maybe if they pull back a bit and then snap forward a bit more. Get like more dragon scale looking. Yeah, good enough for now. Let's see. So this does kind of like show us a bit of where we have to work with. So that's not bad. Alright, so we want to be over here now. And I made a folder specifically for kind of like working the sides and top and front, so I should probably just drop stuff into those folders. And again, like I mentioned it before, I should probably try just setting up the smart files to do a lot of the layout work for me. It'd probably look a lot better because it'd be more accurate, right? So, might not be a bad idea. One thing we can do is we could cap the corners specifically, because right now I'm specifically exposing them because I tend to like to do that with bases. And it can really like show off a jewel if it's kind of showing you the facets of it, but it might feel less opal-like because of the really hard edges, so could be a reason to tweak that. Alright, well, you know what? Give it a save, and then I am kind of tempted to do the smart files setup. So I have one for the top. Could do one for the side. And actually, not a bad way to do that would be to actually go into the file itself and then just take like a slice, like crop it and save it out, and crop it and save it out. Let's see if I can do that. So this one's saved. So change canvas size, and we just like drag that down and be like, yeah, that seems about the right height. No science involved, even though it would be way easier if I used specific values. Okay, so let's save that as front, base front. Cool, and then open recent and do a crop. side. What was it, 150-ish for the front? $158. Okay, and I'll rotate. Okay, and then save as. Side. Okay, so what this will let us do is, I have to open the top one again. Cool, okay. This will let us import create file object. Gotta go find it now. The side. Boop. Should probably turn on. These so it's easier to lay it all out. Awesome. I will move it down to their respective folder. Which is here. Oh, actually, I won't move it there yet. Let's first transform it into shape. Grab that corner, put it relatively close to it. First I'll like move all the corners to be relatively close to their target. Then I will go in and make it a little more accurate. Now, unless I got every single, every single kind of corner lined up pixel perfect, and I was lucky and everything worked out, like this wouldn't be the final, like if I like updated the smart image and like had a cool looking design on it, I'd still need to overpaint on it just to make sure it's cleaned up. Because even if mathematically they're lined up, I think it may be hard to have like the top edge and the side edge line up perfectly because of how transformation works in here. All right, so then I'll go down to this layer and file, import, create file object. Front, open. Right. But another thing I could do is kind of like put grid lines into these. And that might help me kind of easily line stuff up. Cool. All right. So, what do I want to do? Have the front. Let's turn that off. And if I look at what it currently has, which is actually a layer all the way up here. Turn that all off for now. Okay, keep that. Turn that off. Save. Alright, so the front, let's just grab that as our front. Move that over there. Sorry if I'm just kind of like rambling to myself. That's where we're at. I will copy the symmetrical ruler, and let's think about putting that dragon face in here. Again, we need things to be like really chunky and clear, I think. At the same time, the less metal there is, the more opal we can appreciate. So perhaps less is more. Okay, and then if I do a layer on top of that as the gold, can have fun with that. Oh, that wasn't symmetrical. Awesome. Ah, gosh. I hate when that happens. I like copy a symmetrical ruler into the layer I'm working on, but like when you drag it in that way, you end up being on top of, like, you're selected actively the layer you took the ruler from. So when you start drawing thinking you're on the layer that you dropped the ruler into, you're not. And that has been a bit of a thorn in my side, because I sometimes don't notice until much later in the process. And that's not awesome. Alright, so actually I kind of want the eyes to be gold. Alright, so now if I save this and go here, hey, look at that. It lines up not terribly. Not bad. We're a little close to that corner, so I might pull this in a bit more here. Maybe these come together like that. Yeah, I can't tell you what the cost is for the upgrade, because I don't even know if we know the final cost, so I can't tell you. Cannot tell you. I'm sorry. Okay, so if that one goes up here, opens that up a bit more. Let's save and let's jump back. Okay, that's not a bad kind of like spacing on things. So what we can do is we can go here and kind of like mark out like, okay, cool, these are where these things line up. And the gold here, sure. And then if I oh, meant to do that on another layer. Very, very good at that today. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so now if we copy that, that's print, not copy, or paste, not copy. Okay, so now we go to top. We'll get there eventually, folks. And we'll paste this, and we'll drag that down. Now we can see where we should line up elements, right? So let's just move things a little bit. So the gold, very close, just needs to be like here. But not here. Okay, good. I'm like, it is silhouetting, or it is mirroring, right? And like we could do something fun here too, where it's like this comes out or something like that. Maybe there's a triangle of gold. I don't know. Just see what looks good and interesting, right? Try it. Okay, so save. I guess I can turn off those markers. Save and go back to the base. There we go. Yeah, so that works pretty good. They're not terrible how like the lining up is working out. You know, so like part of it is that the way that it's like distorted this the smart file, right? Like, you know, if I just kind of pull it a hair over here, it's gonna like twist it in different ways. That seems even closer, so that's nice. But it's too warped over there now. So I might need to like replace it, but like either way, this is a good base to start off of, and then I can paint over top anyways, because I want to paint from this angle, so like the gold might be stacked on top of the silver anyways, and I need to compensate for the depth of materials. So I wouldn't want this to be the final kind of like layer, and it's hard to like paint the right lighting on it and all that. So it's more for lining it up nice and accurately. But then I'm seeing this, I'm kind of like, well, it would make more sense if like the wings were maybe at the sides than like these tiny little weird buggy wings back there or something, right? Cancel that transformation. Don't need that. But yeah, now we can basically take these markers, do like a new layer here, and kind of like zoom in nice and close and just whoop, pop a mark there, and 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 there. Oop, autosave, and there. And then copy this. Oh, right. So the one thing about this is I do rotate the side one. So I'll paste this, and then I have to rotate it 90 degrees clockwise. But now we're not centered, and that's fine. We'll just go in here and put a little mark at the very top and bottom to help line it all up. Cool. All right. Now copy. Now go to side. Now paste. Now transform, rotate, drag it into space, and get right into that corner. It would help if this was on top of the gold so I could see what I'm doing better. There we go. All right, so now that should all be lined up where it needs to be. Unless it's backwards. We'll find out. All right, so Let's use a slightly darker. You know what? Actually, scrap that. Let's just start over. So, because those weren't really doing anything anyways. Okay, and then we'll do a layer on top, and this one can be gold. Seems a bit thick on one side. Maybe I did something wrong with this. It might be backwards. I think it might be backwards. It's fine, we can flip it turnways if it is. Okay, so let's give this a save, see what happens. Yes, it's backwards. That's fine. Thought it would be. All right, so all I need to do is grab those and actually, let's do a flip canvas horizontally and save that now. Boom. All right, so it's still like not a perfect alignment as I expected. It's really like it contorts stuff pretty dramatically when you like transform these shapes, right? Like, oh, actually I can mess with that still. That's good. Maybe. Can I? Allow me to mess with this, please. I could reset the transformation and just try it again. Transform settings, yeah. Okay. Like if I actually use the transform command, it goes into a box transform, which is not what I want. Free position, no. Okay. Well, let's try a reset on that and transform it after a save. See if I can get them to line up better than they are. So reset, and then transform. Grab that corner. Grab that corner. But ultimately, I don't think it will ever end up perfect is the thing. Just the nature of how I'm using the transform stuff. It's not really necessarily meant to be able to do that. But I might be able to line it up better. Also, I don't even think the base shape is perfect anyways, so like perhaps it would be even worse if I was more accurate, right? Like okay, so I think as long as these lines are pretty crisp looking, right? They're like okay, that one's deviating a bit, but it went right back on. It's interesting. Why does it go so off from the center? Interesting. Let's pull that in just a hair then. Yeah, they may never ever line up well. That might be their fate. That looks pretty good there. That's kind of off, right? But if I like pull it over here, it's like definitely off here. So make sure it's overlapping, and I might just have to pull the front one more. Okay, let's keep that. Now let's try resetting. The side. Okay, boop, reset. And transform. Yeah, I think the shapes are just the actual like original base shape is just bad. Like things don't line up very cleanly, so relying on that's a bad idea. Fine for mocking up, not great for final layout. That's what I'll say about that. So like I can drag this in, and it's like a little closer to where it should be, but like, cause like the other one, it kind of ends here, so like they should actually line up, but like technically it should be over here. I just need to like have a pixel point that I set for each of these maybe, and just kind of plink them all in the same spot, and that's the best it'll ever be. But yeah, see how like offset that is. It's huge. Ah, well. Good enough. Good enough. All right, I will apply that. And just for the sake of it, let's try the front as well. Move that outside so I can see what I'm doing. And not yet, but reset. And now transform. Yeah, if I built the file to do this from the get-go, it's possible it could almost work, but even then, even if it was like really specifically built to do this, it would probably be a little imperfect. Just the nature of how free transform is going to play in this context. That's not terrible. Maybe if I gave them a bit of bleed and had them like overpaint where they're supposed to be and then just crop them. That might be a better way to do it. Maybe I'll set up a base file that does it that way, because that's not a bad idea. Could make it work. Cool. All right, I'm happy enough with that for now. Drop that in here, so that's cropped. Oh no, Liz just lost power. That's no good. All right, so we are at 3:36. That means we have like 24 minutes or so to kind of wrap up what we want to wrap up. I actually, looking at it, if we draw the center line using the top here, we do this. Whoop. Just blast right down the middle. And take a look at where that lands on here. If we imagine this being above our object that's embedded in this base, depending on how deep inside of it is, I actually feel like we need to shift it to the left, right? For it to be like centered above it. It feels like it's kind of buried in to the base a bit deeper than like, I don't know. Just thinking about that, it makes me want to shift it a little to the left, right? Maybe I'll do that. Like that might feel a little bit more centered inside of the material. Yeah. And the side one is bugging me. It's so... does not line up. Is it backwards? It might be backwards. Nah. What? Nah. What's going on? Yeah, because like that's so thick, right? That should be the back side, right? Like if I go in here, this should appear on the back end of the base. Ba-da! Yeah, so that is correct. Just isn't a good shape. Like I think I lined up the top one here, which is bad. Did I? Nope, it's right in the corner. That's where it should be. Ish. All right. We're getting like into the weeds here, right? Like this is kind of unnecessary territory probably, but yeah, okay. See where this cuts? Like this is a bad shape. Those alpha channels are not good, and we're painting on those. I don't like that. So I'm gonna do... Is anyone around? Is anyone putting up with this, like, Jacob going way too deep into, like, weird detail land? Okay, I'm gonna put little markers. I'm gonna try and line up all my ducks on these. putting up with. The main attraction of the stream is just Jacob getting all like really pedantic with details. But hey, I mean, if this is what you're here for, I'm happy that you are into this because I could imagine it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I enjoy doing this. Getting like really weirdly thick in the weeds. All right, so I'll start with the top one. Let's just grab that, and we'll do a reset. F key. Also, I'm going to save again just in case I'm like, why did I do this? All right, reset. Transform. You go in that corner. You go in that corner. That corner. But yeah, like I ultimately think this isn't ever going to line up perfectly. It just isn't designed to do that. But if I do this, it might be better. I give them all the same kind of pixel to hit, right? Like maybe these are falling short. Hence why maybe I need to do the overbleed paint thing. And like maybe I should just, if people are here for the like the weird crunchy detail stuff, like maybe that's what I should do is just like fix the base file and like build it so the smart files can kind of do a cool thing. Like I'm tempted to do that. I could see value in that for me. I don't know if anyone else would use it, but okay, and then reset that one. Transform. Whoop. 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 Pew. Also, if I am lining them up like pixel perfect, there is absolutely gonna be gaps. But like, I think that because I'm gonna be using these as just kind of like, oh, here's like the sketch of the design and not the final render of it, it's probably a good thing to not have them line up exactly. I just want them to like line up on the edges where like things look like they're intersecting correctly. That would be a nice thing to have happen. Okay, so that's not terrible. It's not perfect, but I could like fudge those, right? Imagine there's like a little kind of rollover when I paint it. It's not bad. Good enough. Okay. Like probably the best it'll be unless I like rebuild the file completely. And that's actually probably not an ideal thing because all the bases are like a little bit maybe not accurate to a clean, perfect rectangle with like a set depth, and all the traps drawn to fit that weird base that's kind of actually maybe a little broken. If I were to like redo that, it might be a case that like none of the bases work with anything now, and that wouldn't be very good. So I think I'll just try and see what this gives us and move on. But I am enjoying exploring this potential. Like if this lines up better than it did before on the side, I'll be very happy. I think there's a chance it will. Well, we did what we could. It looks the same, except now there's a gap here. Maybe if it's like to the outer edge. So we get a little bit of that overpaint. Maybe then. Try that. Last shot. Last ditch effort to see if we can make this behave a little bit better. Keep that. The worst part is I have to like, I can't just grab these corners, I guess. Is there like a hotkey that I can hold? No. Oh, here we go. Apparently holding shift. Well, I'll be. Didn't think that would do it. You have to like hold shift, drag it, because it's going into skew mode, and then let go of shift and keep dragging it. And then you're just moving around, I guess. Okay, so that's pulled up over now. Cool, 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 cool. All right, grab that. And we'll drag that below, I guess, the bottom right. It's getting close. Or should it be bottom center, bottom right, bottom left? Do bottom center. Don't know why. That's pretty close. Not terrible. Adjusting the ones in the back might also impact it. Did that get further away? Woo woo. Goes bottom middle. I mean, maybe it should be that like it crosses over the pixel always, and then that's the overpaint. Ah, it's a lot. That's a lot. Comes through the inner edges of the pixel? Maybe. Maybe. That's a big gap. At any rate, I'm just kind of mucking around, not really getting much out of that. Okay, let's drop this into... This should actually be in a folder here. This one. Okay, whoop. And the last one. I've learned a few things. I learned that I can just kind of grab this and shift drag it. That's kind of nice. And I think that I do want to use this technique still for laying out the designs on the bases. This one's already set in that corner. So yeah, I mean that's maybe I got the pips wrong, or like drew the markers in the wrong spots. It's possible. But yeah, I mean I think that that was drag there. How far do I need to contort it to like get it to line up? That's ridiculous, right? That can't be right. Markers might be off. Anyways. So if I like turned on a ruler, can I set it to like percentile ruler? Oh, let's go just center. Sure. So 0, 0 is the center. This might be an interesting experiment, actually. Straight line at 0 and at 0. Boom. All right. Save that. Now this will be interesting to see how far these go out of alignment. Oh, this one's kind of almost already got it. Ruler on. Okay. Probably should have set this to be a single pixel instead of 6 pixels wide, but too late now. Whee! It's like a laser beam. Awesome. All right, save that. And front. Center. Sick. All right, save that. Now, so these parts line up decent. That's so far off. Whoa, that's crazy. It's so contorted, right? So, okay, here's what's up. This side, probably fine. Probably mostly okay. The top, this back corner, ain't right. This should be like off to the right. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, so like if I grab that and I twist this down, like more into actual perspective for this. Like that's probably more accurate. Actually, there is a perspective transformation. Let's see what that does. So if I grab that, let's rotate it first. Not that. Okay, come on. Behave. And then I like grab that. Just curious what perspective rotation does. Not sure how to actually, like, I think it's more like if it's a little more lined up would help. Here, let's line up a corner. Yeah, I mean it's just skewing it. Be easier if it's just free transform, I think. Yeah, basically the actual like shapes of the base are just, the top should be like here to be more accurate. It's like that. That's probably the angle that it should be at, right there. But if I made that change, that's gonna screw over every base ever. So that's not gonna happen. We'll just have to, you know, make this bed that I've made. 16 years ago, I made this error with the perspective of the base, and it's just gonna be, it's fine. I even have like all the grid stuff here that is like worked out, right? Why didn't I just use this for lining things up? Ah, well. Or like the doing this kind of like line up here, right? Forgot that I even had this. Maybe it's not that easy to work with. But yeah, it's a bit of a mucky mess of a file, huh? I'll just, slide this over here, right? If this was tucked in here as well, it's a little closer perhaps. So interesting. Woo. Ah. Curious. Okay, well, anyways. I can't change these things. It is definitely set in stone. I don't think we want to repaint every single trap, especially since like all traps interact with that back corner. Like, I mean, a lot of them would just kind of be over top of that, so it wouldn't actually require anything for a lot of them, but yeah. I mean, also, like, maybe I just grabbed the wrong height and stuff. So, like, maybe that's where I'm messing up. Um, hmm. Very curious. Because I didn't actually, like, use any kind of, like, math in kind of the layout of, like, okay, well, like, the top are these dimensions. Maybe that's all that's screwing me up. Maybe I got myself, right? What's up with the background? Why'd you move, friend? All right, well, it's 4 o'clock and I'm losing my mind because I'm being silly. I think I will actually play around with this potential of using kind of like these smart files for the base to like make things where I can just kind of like draw the patterns on these different plates. Like, it's entirely possible that like I was dumb and I just used bad dimensions, and that is all that is causing these to be bad. Could be, could be. But yeah, for now, I think I'm gonna call it because I gotta export and upload some stuff and make sure to be able to get out early enough. Like, one thing that I can just do going with this is just shift it over so it lines up and just compensate for that for now. Or not care and just work off of what is there and like use a layer on top anyways, because I'm going to. Yeah, this is the problem with doing long streams, is I'm like, I'm just being dumb. There's easy ways to do all this, and I'm just kind of spinning my wheels, being silly. But I don't know, it was fun to explore, actually. I'm not complaining. See, that's a little closer, just guessing. But I think that will be it for me today. Hopefully you enjoyed yourselves and got to kind of like be a part of this creation process. I imagine that this frame is going to look different, you know, but I don't think you'll get to see it until you see it, you know what I mean? So look forward to it. I think it'll be a pretty cool looking piece. Right now, like, the frame looks very dopey compared to the actual like structure below. And that'll be fun to make very cool and match the aesthetics a bit better. Where's that layer? I mean, I had a decent kind of like metal work going on, and I just kind of like decided to drop it because I wanted to figure out the smart layer thing. Not that one. This one's not bad, right? So it's something closer-ish to that, because I like this kind of like flow of, you know, okay, clearly the Empyrean goes into the ruby, and the ruby is kind of a bit of a shift to go into the sapphire, and I want it to feel like a similar level of shift, but I still want it to have elements that carry through. And so I think the silver and gold band helps with that. So yeah, mess around with that. It'll be good. get your Larry loot. And yeah, let's kind of sign off with watching the time lapse where nothing really happens so much after lunch. Sorry I made you wait that long for not too much progress, really. Feel kind of bad about that. But that's what you get for hanging out with me. Some days it's just like I don't know, I guess we got a lot done. It was just kind of near the well, like the last half just felt like it was just kind of messing around. Um, but it was still a productive day. Like I feel confident that I'll be able to wrap this up in another day of work, right? Like I feel like I got a lot of the concept understood and like I know what I want it to look like now. And it's just a case of just kind of like putting in that rendering work, um, and then just kind of balancing and tweaking and tuning. I do like that tempered metal. That is kind of nice. I need to find a way to use that, I think. Um, but yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. But yeah, it'll be done next next time I sit down. But it's also good. Like I'm giving myself a weekend to kind of step away from it, step back, and like when I return to it, I'll be able to be like, like I can see it nice and fresh. Um, yeah, yeah. Short stream, like 6 hours later, um, as it goes. But I mean, compared to other streams, it's short. But like, I haven't done those in a long time. Usually, my more recent ones, I would say, have been definitely a lot more of the kind of like actually short ones where it's like I wrap up by lunch kind of thing. Um, for me, that is short. For Dave, that'd be like super duper long, right? Like he usually only goes for like an hour, I think. So, but yeah, different flavors of Feedback Friday, and I hugely appreciate everyone that has come to hang out with me, contribute in the design. I had a lot of really good feedback and just kind of input that really helped me, kind of like just explore, which I always appreciate. It's a lot of fun to just kind of get like different ideas come from the community and like just give me some stuff to just play around in. Like it's these shows are just like this is all right. Here's the sandbox. We're gonna like throw mud around in. Like, what do you want me to fling next? And I enjoy when I get to do that, and it's a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy it as well. Um, I just read this. Thank you, generic potato. Health advice: do not lie in a bed you made 16 years ago. Yeah, I mean, good point, but like, it is what it is. Like, uh, can't change the base structure. Period. Like, it would be an immeasurable amount of work if I even just tweaked it. Right? Like, there would be so many images that would just break. They wouldn't work. Um, and it's not a big deal. Like, it hasn't been a big deal. Like the uh, as I stated near the end of my chaotic kind of exploration, it could just be that I just have the wrong dimensions and I'm trying to force those, and maybe that's causing weird skewing. So, I'll just actually sit down and like plot out measurements and see what that can do. Like, technically, what I should do is, end stream. But first, what if I Jacob it and I don't like, yeah, no, I'll move on from this detail. I'm done. Yeah, I'm kind of okay. Next thing. Yep, I'm totally moved on. Yeah. Um, I could potentially take like these grid lines, and if they are laid out properly, they should be kind of like the same size, the same distance apart, going in the X and Y. And that way I can kind of count like how tall is this, how wide is this, or well, how tall is this, how wide is this, how long is this, um, and then plot that into these, and maybe, just maybe, things will line up when I actually plug them together. I mean, really, it should just be, I should just draw a grid in these. And if I do it correctly, it should match this grid. That's what I should do. That's crazy talk. Ignore me. Listen, when I get ideas, I'm like, I can't drop it. I gotta explore the potential. $24 by 12. See? It is twice. I was right. Being that I probably designed that intentionally when I first created it. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I got time. Okay, so let's do this. Let's see what we can do real fast. All right, we are going to set this. Let's see. If I do 1200, do this at 2400. Okay, and then can I warp it? It's not gonna let me, is it? It's fine. Canvas size, put that to 1200. Fine, it's cropped. We can work with that. I'll save that as the top. Side, you are, whoop, you saw nothing. One, 2.5, 2.5. Yeah, it's 2.5 tall. All right, so let's see, canvas size 1200 is good, and then that'd be 250. So it's not tall enough, right? That should be the height. Man, I might have just been like chasing my tail, huh? That's something. Actually, you know what? When I like stretched it and it was twice the height, it did seem to line up on the side. Interesting. Okay, so then this one, wait, no. This was the side. The side should be 2400 by 250. So this needed to be scaled to be like twice as big. Yeah. Okay, and then it's actually shorter. Right. Canvas size 250. Save that. Front. Image resolution. We're gonna go 1200. That's not bad. It's pretty close. Canvas size, go from the top, 250. Interesting that those ended up different. Save. Okay, now let's fix this. Hide that grid. Delete that grid. Hide that grid. Actually, no. Yeah, no, hide the grid. You saw nothing, okay? Shh. It's been a while since I've done that. Fuck. I mean, you didn't hear anything either. I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay. Alright, so these aren't going to line up already because they're all cropped and stretched weird because I had to just scale them. But if I then go in and do the center line on them, we'll see how well it's done. And then really, if this doesn't work, then that's the best it can be. He says for the 12th time. Man. Alright. So, is that still lined up? Let's actually just do a new one, and we will use a thinner line. Do 2 pixels. Because they're going to be scaled, so it might be hard to see if they're a singular pixel stretched across. Come on, how tall is this? Let's go. There we go. Whee! Cool. Alright, save that. There we go. Cool. Save. And final one. I like how that's not centered anymore, is it? Well, maybe it is. Just looks like it's 1 pixel off on the left. Maybe I just placed it 1 pixel off. Or maybe I'm seeing things. Alright. Well, that's still wonked. It's fine. Front's not bad. Still not awesome. But yeah, like it's just not a good. Not a good. 'Twas futile, friends. Again, it's like I just think that maybe it's also just like how the transform is doing it, right? Like it does get pretty weird pretty quick. I don't know. Should have given up on this like a full hour ago. Having the metal closer to the corners looks nicer. Yeah, we can work with that. I don't disagree. Alright, well, I definitely need to go now. It's been 20 minutes longer than I anticipated. I'm going to give this a save. I'm going to sign off. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, I guess. I shall catch you all later, probably 2 weeks' time. Yeah, I had a good time. I know it got a little bit like just Jacob brained in the end, so apologies to anyone who wasn't really enjoying that. But for those who do, you're welcome. You'll get that every 2 weeks probably, because that's how I do. But yeah, all right. I shall see you guys again. Have a awesome weekend, everyone. Happy hunting, and yeah, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other, and yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye for now. Bye.